up some valuable playing time from certainly J.R. Cox, junior starter, but I've been real pleased with how the juniors have also contributed as we've gone along here.
There was a nice article in the Morton paper a couple weeks back about how the 8 seniors have really played together for a long time, not just in high school, but going all the way back into grade school. Has that helped because they know each other, and a lot of the kids play not only basketball together, but some of the other sports as well?
I certainly think it always helps. The longer they rub shoulders together, the better they become acquainted with each other, and things have changed a little bit with the group since they were, say, 7th grade, 8th grade. Some of the guys that were regulars then maybe aren't regulars now, and that's sort of turned around, but they've all kept the faith, and my 8 seniors have really pulled together to do everything they possibly could, not only on game night, but at practice level. We haven't had a poor practice yet, so I've really been pleased with that.
In taking a look at your season and getting to the point where we are tonight, getting ready for the first round of the sectional complex, what was the goal? What kind of goals did you set for this team at the beginning of the year?
Well, our basic goals are to play hard, play smart, and have fun, and chips fall where they may after that. As far as sitting down and saying, we're going to win the conference, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we tried to zero in and do those 3 things I just mentioned every time out. We tried to do them consistently for 32 minutes, and I think that I've had more luck doing that in the last 2 or 3 years than I have trying to set a pressure goal, which sometimes is difficult to reach, and I certainly felt like this year, the conference was something that was certainly within our grasp. We wanted to certainly play well over Topeka Holiday Tournament, but as far as those being goals, they weren't something we put down on paper.
You mentioned J.R. Koch's play a little bit earlier as a junior. Of course, he got some playing time last year. How has he matured this year? I know in the games we've seen him, you can see the growing process take place on the floor. How has he grown into his role this year?
Well, J.R., I think major contributing factor is that we've been able to use his height to our advantage both on the offensive end and the defensive end. And, to his credit, he has really tried to blend in well with the seniors and has given the ball up when need be. And I think that our senior group has really tried to get the ball inside to him on a regular basis, and he realizes that he can pass the ball back out and he's going to get it back again. And so I think, he's certainly made some giant strides over last season when he had Derek Graham carrying most of the load, and he was just a sophomore, and he fit in last year and played that role well. Now this year he's taken more of a leadership role, and he's been the guy that we've sort of gone to in the pinch inside, and he's been able to answer for us.
Tonight's opponent, Rantoul, had a play last night. Is that an advantage or a disadvantage? Do you think at this time of the year it's going to really bother the team having to play back-to-back nights?
Oh, I don't think that it will bother them that much, in that they had a home game last night. It would have been a little different, I think, if Stephen Decatur won that game, and they would have had to have made a trip last night, turned right around, made one tonight. But schools are used to playing the Friday-Saturday routine, so I don't think it would really have much effect.
How do they match up against you guys tonight? I know you said you had a chance to see them play a little bit. How do they match up, or how do you match up with them?
Well, with our 3-guard offense, basically they match up about the same size with us at those 3 positions. They have a young sophomore inside player by the name of Monroe who was pretty impressive last night with his jumping ability. He's about 6'6" and has long arms, and really did a nice job for them. And the other inside players about 6'4", 4.5", and both those guys weigh about 190 or so. So they have a little size inside, and as well as some weight. And one of their guards, Eldridge, number 11, really had a night for him last night. He's a great penetrator and shooter off of that. And of course, they're constantly looking to get Monroe the ball at the block.
In looking at the way the regional and sectional has kind of gone by the way, now you have a sectional complex, is it harder to get information, good information on some of these teams? Because certainly you knew it was one of 2 because they had to win to get to this game, but is it more difficult at this time of the year to kind of get a feel for teams that you probably haven't seen during the regular season?
Well, it's certainly different than when we had a 4-team regional. I certainly like this complex much better because it gives the higher seed team a chance to have a home game. And with the size of our gymnasium, you probably know how many regional tournaments we had here. But as far as trying to cover the teams, we go all the way from the Illinois River to the Indiana line, from East Peoria to Danville, and certainly south of there. So it's a lot of area to cover, and it means more scouting and more mileage to get there and to scout the teams out.
Coach, I want to congratulate you on a good season, and we certainly wish you best of luck tonight, and hopefully we can continue doing more Power games for another couple of weeks.
Well, I sure hope so. We're going to give it everything we have to make that happen.
Thanks a lot, Norm.
Thank you.
That was Morton coach Norm Mize. We had a chance to talk to him, and the team first came out tonight to warm up a little bit, and right before the three-point shoot-up. I think he brought up several things that I think are important. He talked about coming together as a team. The seniors especially have done a good job. Of course, J.R. Koch has gotten a lot of the attention, but I think you have to look at a lot of those seniors. Aaron Sullivan, certainly, Chad Russo, some of these kids that have really come on and fit into roles very well. Bill Davidson, another kid who maybe not a lot of people thought about at the beginning of the year. I think he's had just a splendid senior year. And really, I think if you take away any one of those kids, you find a Morton team that's probably not as effective as they have ended up being. I think that is really important. I think that's a real key part of Morton's success. I think, obviously they're going to need J.R. Koch to play well, continue to play well throughout the sectional complex. But I think the one thing that's going to be important is who is going to step up of those seniors and continue to lead. I think that's going to be a very important part of Morton's success here tonight and continued on through the next couple of weeks here in March. Well, I know we've seen several games where teams, quite frankly, have been so worried or so conscious about J.R. Koch, as they'll say 2, if not 3, and dare Morton to beat you from the outside, and certainly they can. We've seen Chad Russo, Aaron Sullivan, Dan Millsford, go right on down the line. Alvarez can come in off the bench. They certainly have kids that are not afraid to shoot the three-pointer, and I think that's something Rantoul is going to have to be cognizant of. But on the other hand, in listening to Norm's comments, he feels that Rantoul's guards can match up very well, and certainly size-wise. Well, I think the guards are going to match up. I think the key to this is going to be is you've got a young sophomore, 6'6", Terry Monroe, playing for Rantoul. I think that will be a key to just see how quickly he tries to match up against J.R. Koch and what Koch elects to do. I think that'll play a very important role on how this game, what pace this game gets out at. Summer vacation will be good. No, I don't think so. I think this will be a particular type of situation that it won't take much for Norm Reiser to get his team up. Number one, they're playing at home, and I think they want to give a good home performance. This is what he hopes to be his next to last game at home for this particular team. They want a real good basketball game before you head down to Lincoln. So I don't really think it'll be tough for Norm Reiser and Steve Schupp to get this team up and get them to play good basketball. On the other hand, for Rantoul, they're coming in off of a game last night. I think that's going to be a little bit tough for them. They know they're coming in against the number 1 seed. They know they're going to have to play the games of their life if they're going to come out of here. And I think that the real monkey is really on Rantoul's back when you come into this game. And, of course, the Morton Potters have seen some of the teams that are in this sectional complex, obviously, before, as you mentioned, East Peoria, Metamora, both coming out of the Mid-Illini Conference, and Washington out of the Mid-Illini as well. So a lot of these teams are not strangers, but, again, some of those teams may not be around either when it comes time for the Morton Potters to advance. Again, as Paul mentioned, the winner of this game, if it's Morton, would play host to either Metamora or East Peoria. Should Rantoul knock off the Potters, they would then travel to either Metamora or East Peoria because both those teams are higher seeds, and that's the way it works. You start at the team with the highest seed, and then after the first couple of rounds, then it goes to the actual school site that is the host, and as Paul mentioned earlier, that is Lincoln for this particular sectional, so it should be a good matchup. You look at the records in this one, Morton comes in at 20-4. Rantoul out of the Big 12 Conference comes in 8-18. Rantoul is coached by Mr. Mike Novell. He kind of paid his dues in this area. He coached at Oak Grove West in Bartonville before making his trip to Rantoul. So he's no stranger to the Morton area, and he certainly is very well aware of the tradition and so forth that Norm Reiser has at Morton High School. Good crowd on hand here tonight at Morton High School. I mentioned first time we had a chance to do at Morton this year. Seen the Potters a couple of times along the way. We saw them early in the season in Washington, again at the Beacon Holiday Tournament, and a couple of times late in the year, including against Bloomington. And I still wonder if Morton would have maybe wished Corey Anders had played in that game, because, I mean, they had their hands full anyway, and certainly without their best player, maybe not the most accurate test. But that was a good win to go on the road at Bloomington, and with or without Anders, they had a tough time, but came away with a win when they had to get one.
Well, the one thing you did mention, and I'm sure will go through Norm Reiser's mind if he does face up against the Purple Raiders somewhere as this season moves on, and that is, you know, what kind of basketball team is Bloomington with Corey Anders, and is that little bit of doubt there in his mind, and I'm sure that's something he'll think about, but certainly not before they win a few ball games here and head on down to Lincoln.
Just about ready for the introduction to the starting lineups for tonight's game. Hope you'll enjoy it. Sit home and relax, maybe pop a little bit of popcorn and have a nice cold soda, and enjoy the game here tonight on Talk Radio 102 between Morton and Rantoul. The Potter Dome, as they call it here, even though the roof is flat. And of course, we want to remind folks, just as they are here, that tonight's game being brought to you under the auspices of the Illinois High School Association, and they are the sponsors, obviously, of not only of the tournaments, but of course the season-long activity, and of course they encourage both teams and the fans, obviously, to participate and enjoy the game. The best sports of the best idea of sportsmanship on both sides. It's always fun to cheer and raise a little heck, but as long as you keep it within the line.
And if you're a basketball fan, this is the greatest time to be alive in Illinois. With the Class A tournament going on, they've moved into the sectional round, and really this being the first round of the regional rounds, if you will, of the Double A.
Still kind of hot. I still say the regionals, and it's now known as the sectional complex, of course. Kind of nice, too. Notice the team from Rantoul has Nancy boys in the front of the one. On the back it says the Eagles fly drug free. So kind of a nice message there on the back of the shirts of the young men from Rantoul. And of course the Morton Potters on the back says play hard, play smart, and have fun. So that's what it's all about. We're introducing the starting lineup for Rantoul. First man through the huddle, number 21, Chris Tuttle. He's a senior, 6 foot. For the Potters, first man through, number 13, Bill Davison, 6'4", and a senior. Next man through for Rantoul tonight, wearing number 40, that's Greg Humphrey. He's a junior, 6'3". And for the Potters, next man through is number 22, that's Mr. Russo. He's 5'11", and a senior. Dad, one of the seniors that have played together for so long for the Morton Potters. Next man through for Rantoul, the young man we talked about, number 42, Terry Monroe. He's a sophomore. He's 6'6". And speaking of big man, here's the big man for the Potters, number 44, J.R. Cox. He's 6'10", and a junior. Next man through for Rantoul at a guard position tonight, number 11, Dave Eldridge. Eldridge is a junior, 5'9". One of these players that Norm Reiser mentioned in our pregame chat. For the Potters, their trigger man, number 3, Aaron Sullivan. He's 5'9", and a senior. Also a soccer star for the Morton Potters. Last man through for the Rantoul team is number 20, that's Brad Fuller. Fuller, junior, 5'10". And for the Potters, number 4, Dan Milflegel. Milflegel, 6'1", and a senior. Again, the Potters are coached by Mr. Norm Reiser. They bring a 20-4 record into this game out of the Middle Illini Conference. Rantoul, on the other hand, out of the Big 12 Conference. They're 8-18 on the season. Their head coach is Mr. Mike Novell. The officials for tonight's game are Mr. Scott Meese and Mr. Gene Rayford. And again, the starting lineups first for Rantoul: Dave Eldridge, Brad Fuller, Chris Tuttle, Greg Humphrey, and Terry Monroe. And for the Morton Potters, the home team in the top seed in this sectional, Aaron Sullivan, Chad Brusso, Dan Milflegel, Bill Davison, and J.R. Koch. The Potters dressed in their home white, trimmed in red and black. The kind of a splash look on the pants there with the diagonal stripe. And Rantoul comes dressed in gold uniforms, trimmed in kind of a purplish brown, wearing the Eagles on their chest. They look much like the Dunlap Eagles colors.
The Rantoul Eagles and the Morton Potters. First round, number 1 seed against the number 16 seed, and we're ready to go.
Catching Monroe, jumping up. Monroe actually controls. It goes into the backcourt. Picking it up there is Dave Eldridge. He goes to the right side, quickly to the free throw line, extended to Humphrey. Pass down inside, intended for Monroe, and a quick foul on J.R. Koch. So the
Great ball movement, early ball movement by Rantoul as they moved the ball around the perimeter, then got the good interior pass into Monroe.
This was called a quick foul. Inbounds pass. Humphrey gets it now out high. With it is Eldridge. Back in the corner. With it this time, Brad Fuller dribbles out high. Now out high again to Eldridge. Dribble drive against Sullivan into the paint. Dishes it off. Coming around the top to get it is Tuttle. They continue to move it around. Still trying to get it in. Now a long shot by Humphrey. No good. Up for the rebound. Bill Davison.
Good job by Davison. He blocked out on the weak side and brought down the defensive board.
Milswig on the run underneath the Sullivan to J.R. Koch. He leads in. Shot blocked by Monroe. And a foul on Monroe. So already we see dueling fouls by the big men.
Good recognition by Milswig as he caught Sullivan underneath. Sullivan couldn't get the shot off. Kicks it back out to J.R. Koch, and he puts a foul on Rantoul's big man.
So Monroe gets the foul. J.R. was shooting. He'll go to the charity stripe. J.R. participated in the three-point shootout before the game. First one in and out.
Rolled off the front of the rim, caught the back of the rim, and fell off.
7:25 to go in the first quarter. No score here between Morton and Rantoul. J.R.'s second one. Bounces out high, but the rebound chased down by Brusso into the paint. The leaner's up and in.
Good offensive board by Brusso, and then took it hard to the basket.
2-0 Potters lead. With it on the attack comes Eldridge all the way to the paint. Covered up, has to go out high now. With it is Fuller. Fuller to Humphrey, trying to get it to Monroe again. Instead they go right side to Fuller. Now they skip it across court. Eldridge drives baseline all the way underneath, up and off the glass for 2.
Eldridge wanted the ball a little bit sooner. He was ready to launch a 3, then took the nice drive off the baseline.
Now some full court pressure, and the Potters throw it away. Humphrey collects off the hand of J.R. Koch, and now a lob underneath from Monroe, a little too far, goes out of bounds.
So the team straight turnovers here. A little full court pressure now by Rantoul.
So the Potters had some pressure earlier this year when Bloomington put it on them. Now a long pass to J.R. Koch. Dribbles it off to Sullivan. Lean in, shot up and in. Aaron Sullivan with a nice body control.
Good job by Koch getting Sullivan, the man with the basketball.
4-2 Potters lead. 6:40 to go. Eldridge in a hurry. All the way down. Out high to Humphrey. Dumps it down inside. Monroe. Double team there. Stripped by Milswagel, but it goes out of bounds. So that time we saw the Potters go to a double team.
That's some of that sophomore inexperience. He got the basketball, Monroe did, down in the paint and took it to the floor instead of up off the glass.
Inbound pass goes to Monroe, 15-footer long, caroms off, rebound picked up by Brusso. Here comes Chad on the run across the timeline, having a little problem with the dribble between the circles. Down to J.R., and it goes out of bounds. J.R. couldn't quite get it. He and Monroe having a good battle so far, trying to get position each way down low.
2 turnovers early here for the Potters.
Long pass ahead, off on the right wing. Three-pointer Fuller, no good. Rebound Dan Milswagel. Dan brings it up himself. Lob ahead, J.R. Koch throws it home.
Koch went up high for the slam.
That's about as high percentage as they get. Back the other way comes Eldridge in a hurry. Throws it out high now to Tuttle. Tuttle goes between the circles. Now they get it off to Humphrey. Give it back to Eldridge. One-on-one with Sullivan on the left. To Humphrey. Free throw line extended. Lob to Monroe. His finger rolls up and in.
Monroe took it up about as high as you can get. Just let it finger roll in.
6-4 Potters. Chad Brusso back. Holds it up. Out high to Davison. Builds to the paint. Now off the right side. Sullivan to J.R. Koch. Free throw line extended. Jumper no good. Rebound fought for. Humphrey gets it. Quickly he goes. With it ahead is Tuttle. His shot up and in. Excuse me, not Tuttle. Yeah, it was Fuller. Brad Fuller takes the long pass up and in. 6-6. Boy, it looks like Rantoul just looks to get it and zip it up the court. Sullivan, left side, Davison. Bill goes baseline, pull up. 5-footer is good.
One definite thing early in the going is Rantoul likes to scoot it up the court.
Eldridge back the other way. Shot blocked by Milswagel. Picked up by Sullivan. Here comes Aaron on the run all the way to the paint. Hangs 10-footer all the way. Good. Aaron Sullivan with a stop and pop.
He's perfect from the field here in the first quarter.
Potters lead 10-6, 4:58 to play. Eldridge in a hurry. All the way down. Left alone. Goes inside. Now he's in trouble.
dumps it off. With it out high is Tuttle. His jumper bouncing, going. Good penetration by Rantoul. Morton defense allowing Rantoul to penetrate deeply with the basketball. Then 4:42 to go. Eldridge does a great job. He pushes it way down in the paint, then finds the open man. Milslegel underneath to J.R. Koch. Quick baseline move, and it went off of Monroe's leg out of bounds. Good penetration, good hook move by J.R. Koch. He just lost control of the basketball. Andy Davis checks in now for the Potters, replacing J.R. So he'll get his first rest with 4.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. Inbound pass, Bill Davison strong to the paint, and a foul going to be whistled on Humphrey, I believe, as he got caught behind Bill Davison on the drive. Andy Davis, who just checked in for the Potters, he's only a junior and 6'4", so the Potters give up a few inches to Rantoul. Andy Davis, the younger brother of Tim Davis, used to play here for Norm Riser. Free throw for Davison is on the way and good. Davison has 3 on the night, and the Potter lead is 3 at 11-8. Bill will have another one. The 6'4" senior takes the deep knee bend. Great rotation and gets it home. He's got 4. Here comes Rantoul. Eldridge again on the attack. Out high working against Aaron Sullivan. Great matchup there of a couple of little guards. Off the right side, Eldridge gives it up, gets it back. Now to Humphrey, free throw line extended. Davison doing a good job down low on Terry Monroe. Tuttle to Eldridge between the circles, working against Sullivan. 17-footer leans in, and it goes. Eldridge is not shy when he takes that shot. 12-10, Potter lead, 4 minutes to go, first quarter. Milslegel on the run, working out high. Working on a tough D by Brad Fuller. Down inside, Davis, nice baseline move, got around Monroe, didn't get it. Got his own rebound, got mugged, nothing called, and now the second rebound's loose, and Humphrey gets it. Awful lot of contact. Eldridge quickly ahead to Tuttle, leads in, blocked by Bill Davison, out of bounds. Good hustle. Rantoul was on transition as they were getting back down, but the Morton defense got back down with them. Good hustling defense by the Potters. J.R. Koch gets a quick rest, about a 45-second rest, and he's back in replacing Davis. Long pass out high to Humphrey. He'll fire for 3. It's good. The big kid, Humphrey, goes out and drains a 3. That's his first shot made here in the first quarter. Potters now down 13-12. Koch on the attack. J.R. brings it across the time. Now needs some help. Pull up his dribble. Gets it off, intended for Davison. Stolen by Humphrey. He's going to length of the court. Lays it up and in. And Rantoul surprising the Potters here early with a 15-12 lead. 3:17 to go. Of course, last time J.R. brought the ball up and stopped right across the half-court mark and couldn't find any guards to help him out. Russo in the corner against the Chad fire shot, and now a foul going to be called as Eldridge and Tuttle try to get a double team. Let's see what they got with a foul. I think they got Tuttle. Eldridge, the junior at 5'9", he really scraps and hustles, and he's a part of the offense and the defense for Rantoul. And he got the foul. Milslegel gets the inbounds into the paint. High archer over Monroe, no good. Rebound Humphrey. Humphrey outlets in a hurry. Here comes Tuttle on the run. Shot up, that's Fuller rather, no good. Monroe there for the follow, though. Great follow by Monroe as he just followed the shot by Fuller. 17-12. Potters find themselves down by 5. Norm Miser says, let's talk things over. He calls the timeout. There's 2:48 to play in the first quarter. We'll be back in 30 seconds. You're listening to high school basketball on Talk Radio 102.
Talk Radio 102.
Has really bothered the Potters so far. I'll tell you one thing that Rantoul does extremely well. They play a great transition game. They really get it off the offensive or defensive board and kick it up the court quick. Milslegel gets the inbound pass for the Potters, working there against Fuller. Across the timeline, beats Fuller with a dribble to the free throw line extended. Down in the corner to Sullivan. 17-12, Potters down by 5. Sullivan between the circles, now back to Milslegel, who calls the play. J.R. Koch and Monroe battling hard down low. Look at this Sullivan. J.R. trying to post up, and Monroe's going to get called for a hold. J.R. is not very big in terms of bulk, and neither is Monroe, but J.R. has good position that time, and that's 2 on Monroe. They really fight hard down underneath. That's a 14 foul on Rantoul. Rantoul coach, he's yet to sit down. He's been standing the whole game. 45, Dorian Dees checks in. He's about 6'5". And he gets the assignment now of battling J.R. Koch. Koch is being held. Baseline pass to Millsway. He'll try to get it into JR. A little bit of a force. And Humphrey comes up with a loose ball. Eldridge in a hurry across the timeline. Goes right side to Tuttle. Left side. Tuttle drives baseline. Now back to Eldridge. Eldridge now between the circles. 2:05 to go first quarter. All the way into the paint. Shoots it off to Tuttle. Right side to Fuller. Fuller in some trouble to Humphrey. Free throw line pump fake. Nothing to do with it there. Inside step Tuttle. 17-footer on the way. No good. Rebound. Brusso. What a job. And then he gets hacked. As he brought it down, I think Tuttle's going to get called for the foul. 3 turnovers to only 1 turnover by Rantoul. 3 turnovers, however, for Morton here in the first quarter. Tuttle gets called for the hack. Inbound pass goes to J.R. Cox. J.R. brings it up himself. Has Davison on the run. Goes layup up and in. Nice look by J.R. Good transition by the Potters. 17-14. Potters trail by 3. A minute 44 to go first quarter. Eldridge gets a pick. Goes left side all the way down into the paint. And a foul will be called out high on Aaron Sullivan. And Eldridge has a great first step, and he just did a little hesitation move on Aaron and zipped right past it. I was just going to say, Rich, he has an extremely quick first step. And he so far, no matter who has guarded him, he's had the quicker first step. Out high it goes. Foul on Sullivan is first. Right side. But it is Tuttle. Knocked away. Picked up by Sullivan. Scoop pass to Brusso. Hangs underneath. Tried to draw the foul. Didn't, but got the bucket. Good job by Brusso. The defender was there, and he just let him go on by. Here comes the Eldridge again. The Eldridge attack. To Fuller. Back to Eldridge in the corner. Looking at a 3. Doesn't take. Goes back to Fuller. Fuller out high to Tuttle. Tuttle. Now back to nearly midcourt with Fuller. As Fuller spreads the floor, goes to right side, almost lost the dribble, picks it back up. Rantoul really trying to spread it out, run some clock. Eldridge goes, baseline pass to Humphrey, knocked out of bounds. One thing that appears to me, Rantoul now, is Morton starting to crowd it in a little bit down in the paint. Rantoul now is trying to spread the offense, and they're trying to create some lanes in that Morton defense. 58 ticks left in the first quarter. Boy, Tuttle almost went across the line to throw it in. Tuttle gets it out to Humphrey. 3-pointer no good. Here come the Potters on the run. Sullivan. Backdoor lob. Brusso. Pump fakes from 10. Gets into the paint. Hangs. Fires. Shot up. No good. Rebound. Out of bounds. And I guess J.R. Cox hit it last. For Chad Brusso. That was his first miss of the quarter. That was a tough shot, too. He got a man in the air, but then had a tough angle and couldn't get it down. 17-16, Rantoul leads. Now some full court pressure by the Potters. J.R. Cox and Brusso back there. Some trouble for Tuttle. Gets it off to Humphrey. Now it's 2-on-1. Humphrey, pull-up jumper from the free throw line is good. One thing Rantoul there again did with the basketball was they penetrated down deep, and that just exposed more options for them. 19-16, Rantoul leads. 24 ticks left in the first quarter. Aaron Sullivan drives to the free throw line, extended to Bill Davidson. Bill drives into the paint, pull up from 6. No good. J.R., I don't think he touched it. He called for offensive goaltending. Official Scott Meek said the ball was still on, still hanging there within the cylinder when he tapped it back. Tough call, bang, bang, either way, but they take away the basket, so it remains 19-16. Probably one shot for Rantoul. Now with 9. Eldridge across the timeline. Right side to Tuttle with 5. Good 4. Out high with it. They're going to have to hurry to get a shot out. Tuttle at the buzzer. Bank shot. No good. 19-16. Rantoul after 1. We'll be back in a minute on Talk Radio 102.
WTAZ is Talk Radio 102. Linus, I never know what's coming next. But that's part of the fun. It's spontaneous, and it's right here early mornings on Peoria's all-talk station, Talk Radio 102 FM, WTAZ, every day at 3 a.m.
Pitch trigger back with Paul Whittington. A quick inbound play and a basket for J.R. Koch. And the Potters cut the lead to 1 again at 19-18, just underway in the second quarter. Eldridge penetrates for Rantoul, almost threw it away. A new man into the game now for Rantoul out there handling the ball's number 30. That's Brandon Irwin. Back to Eldridge, and Eldridge is obviously the main cog in this offense. Again, Rantoul running the perimeter. Eldridge way out high. Free throw line left open, fires it up. 17-footer no good. J.R. Koch had it knocked out of bounds. Looks like it might have been tipped off his hand, but they call it off on J.R. First quarter shooting, Morton was 7 out of 11, while Rantoul was 9 for 17. Lob inside. Up and down. Travels with the basketball. That turnover gives it back to the Potters. Dorian Dees went up to shoot it, and J.R. Cox was right in his face, so he came back down and didn't let go of it. Monroe, the 6'6 sophomore, checks back into the Rantoul lineup. Number 45, Dorian Dees, takes the seat. 19-18, Rantoul leads, 7:17 to go in the first half. Milswagel ahead to J.R. Cox. J.R. holds it up on the right wing. Intended underneath, knocked away. J.R. gets it back. Still looking for some guard help. He dribbles out of trouble. Still needs a guard. Goes off right side. Brusso. Chattel fire for three on the way. No good. Bounces out long. J.R. gets the rebound. No look past Davison. Baseline drive. No good. They called an offensive foul. Traveling. Called. It's another turnover for the Potters. That's 6 turnovers for Morton here in the first half. Potters going with their power lineup. Big Brett Kelly in there now. Good put a body on Little Monroe. Potters working defensively, man-to-man, spread floor by Rantoul. Humphrey will fire for three, in and out, won't go. Rebound, J.R. Cox. He's starting to add up the rebound. Gets it off to Milswagel on the run. Dan right side between the legs. Now skips across court to Brusso, almost picked off by Eldridge, in for J.R. Out of bounds. J.R. wasn't quite ready for that one. Another turnover for Morton. The turnovers are starting to look ugly for the Potters here in the first half. 19-18 on score. The lead to Rantoul. 6.5 minutes to play first half. Humphrey takes it across the timeline with it. Goes left side. Skip pass. Knocked loose. It's on the floor. Who wants it? Davidson had it. Still loose. Tipped ahead and picked up by Milswagel. Dan all the way down. Nice move off the glass and in. That was a great skip move by Milswagel as he danced through the paint and got the basket off the glass. Dan's first points tonight give the Potters the lead back at 2019. Potters with some half-court pressure now, a little bit of a diamond trap. Took it out high as Eldridge. J.R. Cox way out there with Milswagel on the point of this press. Gets around Milswagel. Hook move. I can't believe they didn't call that. Into Monroe. Blocked by J.R. And Brusso gets the loose ball. Neither can Norm Reiser as he jumped up off the bench. Brusso in the corner. J.R. Cox. He'll fire for two, and it's good. That's only the second three-point attempt by the Potters, the first made here in the first half. Back the other way comes Rantoul. Quick shot up, no good. Another rebound, J.R. Cox. Brandon Irwin fired a three, but it came up short. Back the other way to Potters. Davidson into the paint. 10-footer on the way and good. And boy, the Potters have just opened up the floodgates. And Rantoul says, whoa, horses. The transition has been good to Rantoul in the first quarter. So far in the second quarter, it's killing them. 7 straight points run off by the Potters, and they take a 25-19 lead. We'll keep it here. So far, no scoring in the first 2.5, 3 minutes of this quarter, and kind of a dose, I guess, of Rantoul's own medicine. The Potters really looked to run it up the floor, out-hustled them on a couple of loose balls, and then made them pay. J.R. Cox going out and hitting the three, and then the other kids really running and filling the lanes well on that break. Morton hadn't attempted a three-point shot in the game until Chad Brusso took one there in the start of the second quarter. He missed it. J.R. Koch last trip down the floor. He hit the three, so maybe that'll get Morton a little bit more into the transition game. But the real big key starting that second quarter was J.R. Koch is really pounding the defensive forward. Well, it's funny, we said in the break they needed to get it to J.R., but not to force it to him. And they did force it once early in this quarter, but since then it's been working quite well. He's been able to come out a little bit on the floor and get it and then turn and face the basket. And the Potters have made Rantoul pay. The Potters running off 6 in a row. They're now up 25-19. Humphrey across the timeline, goes to the right side. With it there is Brad Fuller all the way down to the baseline. Now he has to go back out to Humphrey. Big Brett Kelly banging down with Monroe. Monroe's a hard time getting through the lane. Brett Kelly is a man underneath. Off the right side, wide open for a jumper. No good. Boy, no breaks that time. Fuller bounced it out. Rebound by Brusso, and then Fuller played some good defense but kicked it out of bounds. Good job by Brusso as he blocked out well on the weak side to get the scrap after that rebound. Long baseball pass, rifled ahead to Davidson. He has it on the baseline. Pull-up jumper. Good, and he's fouled. Great penetration basket by Bill Davidson. He is now perfect from the field in the first half. Foul is on Eldridge, and the Rantoul coach, Coach Novell, couldn't believe that call. So But Davidson, you like to see that aggressiveness. He didn't wait up. He had a one-on-one mismatch and just took it right to him. Gets the bucket, now looks for the three-point play, and he's a perfect 3 for 3 from the charity set. All of a sudden, Rantoul finds themselves 9 down. Humphrey across the timeline for the Eagles. Gives across to Eldridge. Eldridge penetrates to the free throw line, kicks it out. Now skip pass intended for Humphrey, almost thrown out of bounds, but it's collected by Tuttle. Now in the corner with it is Humphrey. He's double teamed, needs to find some help, does so in Tuttle. No penetration by the Rantoul offense. Lob underneath, goes to Monroe against Brett Kelly. He dumps it back out. Three-pointer Fuller on the way, good. So Brad Fuller clicks, and that's the first point of the second quarter for Rantoul. Here come the Potters on the attack. J.R. Cox, baseline right, working against Monroe. Stepped out of bounds. Get a little help, but no call that time. After a charge last time down. One thing Norm Reiser's not going to be happy with is the turnovers here in the first half. 4:05 to go. Clock ticks. 28-22. Potters up by 6. Humphrey across the timeline, stripped by Milsflegel. And now a foul going to be called on Humphrey as he pushed Dan after he stripped the ball clean. He had the steal, but then drew the foul. That's 2 on Humphrey, 2 on Monroe, and 2 on Eldridge for Rantoul. So they're quickly getting their starting lineup in foul trouble. 17 fouls now for Rantoul. Raymond Sullivan checks back in for the Potters, replacing Chad Russo. And Milsflegel will go to the free throw line. They'll be shooting 1-1. First one up, no good. Bounce long. Humphrey gets the rebound. Eldridge comes along. Collision with Milsflegel, nothing called. Puts it in the corner, now back to Eldridge. All the way down the lane. Shot is up, no good. Foul on the drive. Going to be called, I think, on Dan Milsflegel. Looks like it's going to be whistled out front. You're exactly right. That foul goes against Milsflegel. It'll be the 4th team foul on the Potters. 3rd team foul, the first on Milsflegel. Fuller to inbound. Goes in the corner with it. There's Tuttle. Boy, Brett Kelly putting a big bear hug. There's a three-point attempt by Fuller, no good. Davidson had the rebound. Brett Kelly says, I'll take it. Milsflegel on the run. High lob, J.R. Cox underneath. Up and strong for 2. J.R. Cox looked like he thought about dunking it, but didn't quite have his feet on him, so just went up with a nice two-handed control layup. Backdoor pass now to Tuttle. He almost traveled. Nothing called. Humphrey gets it. Gets pass across. Out high. Eldridge triggers for 3. It's on the way. No good. That was an ugly shot. Aaron Sullivan cleans the glass. Long pass ahead. Milsflegel on the run. Up and in for 2. The Potters have got the offense clicking. Morton's transition game really looks good, and they now have a 10-point lead. 32-22. The Potters lead over Rantoul. We'll be back in 30 seconds on Talk Radio 102.
Talk Radio 102 is WTAZ.
The Potters trailed after the first quarter, 19-16, but it's been a 16-3 second frame so far, as the Potters have really exploited Rantoul with some quick buckets and some easy layups. Rantoul still trying to run that type of perimeter offense where they work it outside and then hope to kick it down underneath. We have not seen a penetration move by Eldridge or anybody in some good 4 or 5 minutes, certainly not in this quarter. With it in the corner is Monroe. Free throw line jumper, Tuttle on the way, too hard. Rebound fought for. Monroe gets it underneath, trying to go up against Brett Kelly, and a foul going to be whistled on Brett Kelly, I think. Kind of strange the underneath official didn't call that. Good offensive board by Monroe, and then took it up off the glass to draw the foul. Brett Kelly's not going to give away any freebies inside. How would you like to go down inside against Kelly and Koch when they're both underneath? If I was 6'9", I wouldn't want to go against either one of them. J.R. Koch's arms, he could probably touch the rim just about flat-footed. Brett Kelly is 6'8". Koch, 6'10". First free throw, no good. First one good, second one no good. Rebound, J.R. Koch. Bill Davidson brings it up now on high to Sullivan between the circles. 32-23, Potters lead by 9. J.R. Koch underneath, backs in, turnaround fadeaway up, rolling, no good. Rebound yanked down by Monroe. Sophomore gives it up to Eldridge. Eldridge on the attack, goes left side. Humphrey for 3 is good. Humphrey's now 2 out of 4 from three-point range. 32-26, boy, a big difference when the Potters miss. Rantoul comes right down on that hurry-up offense, so when they make it, they can set up in that spread defense. Brett Kelly posting up underneath, gets it, turn around, fade away, he's up, and there gets the deuce. spin move, fadeaway jump shot, gets it to go down. Looks like Dave Cowan shooting that one. Eldridge skips it across in the corner to Humphrey. He drives baseline, cut off by Sullivan to Tuttle. Tuttle out high to Eldridge. Eldridge pump fake on JR into the paint, skips it out. Humphrey will fire for three more. Bounce it away, no good. Rebound, Millswagel. Dan looks up court, doesn't really have anything. Goes in the right corner to Aaron Sullivan. Pass underneath for J.R. Cox. J.R. leans in, turnaround leaner. No good. Boy, he just fell off of that one, and Monroe gets the rebound. Back the other way, Fuller for three. Bounced it away, no good. Rebound, Aaron Sullivan. Small guy on the court, gets the board. 3-on-1. Millswagel, layup, up, in. Nice job by Sullivan getting Millswagel the basketball. The great recognition by Sullivan. 6 for Danny now. It's 36-26. Potters by 10. Minute 13 to go and a half. Eldridge penetrates, almost had a strip. Then runs into Brett Kelly and stops. Humphrey, right side. Gives it out high to Tuttle between the circles. Steps into the free throw line, stripped by J.R. Cox. Tuttle gets it back to Fuller. Morton fans wanted to travel. Tuttle, right side. In some trouble. J.R. playing the top of that zone press. He's a tough one to pass it over. Humphrey to Eldridge. Looks at a three, doesn't take. Tuttle has it out in the corner on the wing right. Quickly covered up by Sullivan. Skip across to Eldridge. He fires for three. Bounce it away, no good. J.R. Cox another rebound. Holds it up to Sullivan. 3-on-2 to Millswagel. Underneath J.R. up. In for two. Good penetration. Great job of filling the offensive lane by the Morton Potters. Potters have done a great job. 2-on-1, 3-on-2. Now Eldridge in a hurry. Out high. Around it goes. Humphrey for three. Bounce it away long. Rebound J.R. Cox again. Spin move. Gets it to Sullivan. Aaron holds it up between the circles now. 13 seconds left. Potters to go for a last shot. 38-26 up by a dozen. Sullivan penetrates. Dumps it off. Kelly looks at a 10-footer with 6'5". J.R. from the free throw line. Strong. Rebound Monroe at 2. Stripped by Sullivan. And Aaron's going to pick up a late foul here. That'll be his second. That's not a smart foul with 2 seconds remaining before halftime. Morton with a 12-point lead. Good idea to go for the strip, but once you don't get it, you got to give it up. Length of the court to go now. Tuttle to inbound. Goes to Eldridge, right side, and he cannot get a shot off. They try to pass it up court. 38-26. The Potters lead at the half over Rantoul. We'll come back in a couple of minutes with some halftime activities and some scoring rundowns. 38-26. Potters lead at the half. We'll be back in just a bit. You're listening to high school basketball on Talk Radio 102.
WTAZ is Talk.
Second quarter, it's Metamora 15, East Peoria 7. Also at half, it's Richwood 36, Springfield Lancier 31. And in the first quarter, it's Galesburg 18, Limestone 12. And again, just want to pass along a little personal note again. Congratulations to my sister and my brother-in-law, Mary and Don, had the first Draeger Schultz Hawk night, so... Let's see, they live in Pekin, so I guess that'd be another dragon into the world. And she won't be spoiled at all. I can see that. With 5 uncles and an aunt, I don't think so, on the other side of the family, and a couple other aunts on the other side. That baby's going to be spoiled from day one. 38-26, our halftime score. 8 minutes to go on the clock. Rantoul will get the ball first to start second half action. Quickly, Tuttle penetrates, skips it out to the right side to Fuller. Fuller trying to work, goes between the circles to Eldridge. Back to Fuller, right side, trying to penetrate, cut off. Now they try to move around the perimeter. Potter's playing that ball hawking defense. Lob underneath to Monroe. He's going to get called for a push, and that'll be foul number 3. He pushed off Brett Kelly to get position for the basketball. He gets whistled for the foul. First team foul on Rantoul. Brett gets the start here in the second half. He really played well in that. He was in there in that second quarter run. He gets the inbounds, now dumps it off to Sullivan. Now to Millswagel. Here come the Potters on the attack. Dan lob ahead. Sullivan just barely looked up in time to get that one. Underneath, J.R. Cox, free throw line extended, leaner, up, in. One thing that Brett Kelly gives Morton is a new dimension with the 2 big men because they can play the double post. Eldridge all the way down, a wild shot off the glass, no good. Kelly had the rebound, but it went to Davison. Millswagel across the timeline. Sullivan dumps it down underneath J.R. Koch. Stripped by Eldridge. One thing J.R. Koch doesn't want to do is take the basketball down because Eldridge will always be there scrapping defensively. 40-26. Potter's the biggest lead now at 14. Sullivan inbounds for J.R. Koch. Underneath, Brett Kelly goes up strong. Finger roll's good. I thought Brett Kelly was going to go up and rip the whole thing down. Probably can. Right side it goes. Long three-pointer by Fuller, no good. Rebound Humphrey. Humphrey in the far corner gets it out to Tuttle. Now Rantoul reloads. Eldridge out high. He'll fire for three. Bounce it away, no good. Rebound J.R. Koch. He's doing a great job on the boards tonight. And Rantoul's cold shooting from three-point range continues. Kelly and Koch working in the backcourt, and then they give it up to Aaron Sullivan. Aaron inside. J.R. goes baseline. Cut off. Tough leaner up and in. Oh, boy. Boy, J.R. Koch really got the ball down underneath. I thought he was under too far, and then he made the shot count. Potters continue to grow the lead. It's now 18. Fuller tries for three again. No good. Chases down his own rebound, but Aaron Sullivan beats him to the punch. Aaron in traffic to J.R. Baseline. Gets the man in the air. Strip. Boy, a nice job by Humphrey. Flew past, but then stuck his hand down just as he went out of bounds and stripped J.R. the ball. J.R. was just getting ready to go up for the shot and then had the basketball stripped. Sullivan the inbound in the corner to big Brett Kelly out high. Millswagel stepped on the line, so it's two. Bank shot no good. Rebound J.R. Koch, but it's stripped away. Here comes Tuttle on the run, all the way down into the paint. Jump stop, shot is up off the paint, no, off the glass, no good. Rebound Monroe following, good. So finally a break for Rantoul. Sullivan will bring it up for the Potters. First made shot out of 6 attempts here in the second half. Aaron holds it up inside. Brett Kelly had an opening for a second. Now he goes out to Millswagel. Dan almost lost the handle, gets it back, penetrates, skip out to Davison. Travel. Davison turns it over for the Potters. That was one area that didn't shine too bright in the first half for Morton as they turned the basketball over 9 times. Sub into the game now. Brandon Irwin checks in for Rantoul as Tuttle will get a rest. 5.5 to go, third quarter, 44-28 Potters. Irwin, long skip across the floor. He'll tee it up for three. No good. Boy, he just keeps on firing. Millswagel lost the handle out of bounds. It'll be Rantoul ball. Fuller has yet to connect this half from three-point range, and he only hit 1 out of 4 in the first half. John Berkebile checks in now for Rantoul. He was in the three-point contest earlier. Oh, big travel by Humphrey. Humphrey took off running with the basketball, turns it over. Potters have the basketball, and a huge lead here in the third quarter. That was a nice off-tackle play, and he just turned it upfield and got about 5, but this is basketball, not football. Millswagel runs hard, baseline pass, tips, and bounces off a cheerleader's head. Cheerleaders that don't pay attention usually get bounced in the head, and that's exactly what happened. He's going to ask for hazardous duty pay. Luckily, nothing was injured. The hair held up well. Says a lot for that hairspray. Russo checks into the game now for the Potters. Brett Kelly getting some yeoman's minutes tonight. Big man to big man lob. JR dumps it off for Davidson, and Bill was going for the rebound. Thought JR was going to take it up for a shot. JR's been taking those shots in all night, and that one he elected to kick off and turns the basketball over. 5:05 to play. Potters lead is 16. It's been as big as 18 here. Skip pass in the corner. There's Berkebile for three. He got hammered by JR, and that'll be on JR, foul number 2. Rantoul seems to be very right-handed when it comes to shooting that three-point shot, as they've attempted 5 three-pointers, all of them from the right side here in the second half. Berkebile is fouled shooting a three-pointer, so he'll get 3 tries from the charity stripe. Southpaw misses the first one. Andy Davis going to check back into the Potter lineup. Boy, it's tough for me to get used to the kids that wear the black socks now. You know, it was always, you know, when I can remember when the socks would be the whitest you could possibly make them. Now the kids love those black ones. Big Bear Kelly goes out. Brett doing a nice job in there. Started the second half. He'll get a rest now as Davis replaces him. Second one for Berkebile, no good. Brett Kelly, of course, going to continue his sports career in college. He'll be playing football. Whoa, J.R. Koch banging with Humphrey in the lane too soon, so Berkebile missed it, but he'll get another. Western Illinois has recruited a good one, in my opinion, in Brett Kelly, and I think you're going to see him have an outstanding football career as a Leatherneck. Berkebile tried 4 times, missed them all. Rebound Monroe up and in. Monroe does an excellent job on that offensive board. He's deceptive, too. He's not very big bulk-wise, but he gets in the right place. He's got nice long arms and gets the job done. J.R. Koch has it underneath, now out high to Aaron Sullivan. Aaron will settle the troops down. Goes left side of Brousseau, 4.5 minutes to play third quarter. Out high, J.R. Lob it underneath Davidson. Bill controls, turnaround jumper, good. Nice job by Davidson as he got it down underneath. Good penetration pass by J.R. Koch. Eldridge back the other way, all the way down, out high, three-pointer, up, no good. Rebound Monroe, and he's fouled. Let's see who got it. I think Davis. We'll wait and see. Three-pointer attempt was fired up that time by Irwin. And the foul's on J.R. Koch. That'll be his third. Second team foul on the Potters here in the second half. To the free throw line goes Terry Monroe. He's the only scorer in the second half for Delavan. I keep wanting to say Delavan. For Rantoul. 2 bounces the first one off. He'll have another. Looks like he could do some growing still if he grows into them shoes. That's some big ones. Second one. No good. Rebound. Fought for. Humphrey controlled. But throws it out high and no. It goes to Aaron Sullivan, I should say. Aaron all the way down. Lead pass for Brousseau. Out high to Davidson. Lob underneath for JR. He's got to be careful with 3 fouls. Turnaround good. JR remains perfect from the field in the second half. Eldridge back the other way for Rantoul. 48-30. Potter lead again as big as at 18. With it out high is Irwin, the lefty. Goes out high to Eldridge. He'll fire for 3. Short off the front of the rim. Here comes Brousseau on the run. Has Davis. Chad pulls up from 17. Jumper long. No good. Rebound Monroe. He went up high and cleared that one off for Rantoul. Eldridge to Irwin. Irwin in the corner to Humphrey. He'll fire for 3 and an out won't go. Rebound, Andy Davis. Here come the Potters again. Across the timeline, Brousseau with 3:33. Right side, Davis holds it up, trying to get it to JR. JR's got 3 fouls. Can't post too hard in there. Back to Davis on the right wing. JR wants the ball, wants it posted hard. Now to Davidson. In the paint, it goes to JR, knocked away by Monroe. Monroe running with Irwin. Irwin all the way down, leaves it off for Monroe. Knocked away by J.R. Koch. Picked up on the backside by Irwin. Underneath, J.R. tips it away out of bounds. Monroe really getting frustrated because of the good defensive effort by J.R. Koch. Now J.R. is taken out with 3 fouls with 3 minutes to go. Rantoul remains 0 for the third quarter for 3-point range. Big Brett Kelly back for the Potters. Humphrey gets it in, goes out high with it. There's Fuller. Off to Berkebile. Berkebile to Fuller. Fuller steps up to Berkebile. The lefty fires for 3 on the way, no good. Rebound Davidson on the weak side. Right place, right time for Bill Davidson. Gets the rebound. 48-30. Potter lead is 18 again. That's one area Morton's looked extremely good on, and that's blocking out on the weak side. Backdoor lob for Sullivan. He's all alone. Got 2 men in the air and then got it home. Sullivan gave 1 head fake, took 1 man in the air. The second got the other, and then he took the shot off the glass. Potter's biggest lead now is 20, 50-30. Fuller penetrates, dumps it off. Brandon Irwin for 3. A line drive, and it goes home. Rantoul finally hits from 3-point range. Well, if at first you don't succeed, certainly Rantoul has tried again from 3-point range. Sullivan down underneath. Brett Kelly, dump down pass for Davis. Nice look. An unselfish play by Brett Kelly as he went to Davis, and Andy draws the foul. Great peripheral vision by Brett Kelly to catch Davis coming from the wing. Davis was running the baseline. Andy Davis will go to the free throw line. The foul is the third, by the way, on Greg Humphrey. Second team foul for Rantoul. Davis hits the first, he'll have another, and that's good as well. Potter lead continues to grow. It's 19 now, 52-33. Skip past to Berkebile, out to Fuller. Fuller to Irwin. He'll fire a long 3-pointer. Line drive is good again. He's found his spot on the floor now. He's 2 out of 3 from 3-point range. And just as you say they're right-handed, he's made 2 in a row from the left side. Davison penetrates out high now to Brousseau. Potter lead is 16. Minute 50 to go in the third quarter. The Potters hold on to win. They'd play Friday night here at home against the winner of the East Peoria Metamora game. Brett Kelly inside, has it blocked, gets it back, leans in, up and in. Brett Kelly maintained his composure and got the shot to go. He's got 6. The Potter lead is 18. Irwin out high to Humphrey. Now skipped it across. With it is Berkeybow. Berkeybow around the perimeter. Irwin, same spot. 3, yes. 3 out of 3. 3 in a row, I should say. 3 out of 4 for Irwin. Davis will bring it up court for the Potters now. 54-39. Boy, they don't want to... It's okay trading baskets, but if the Potters hit a dry spell and they keep hitting threes, this could be a different game again. Davison out high, now to Sullivan. 58 seconds left, third quarter. Potters up 54-39. Lob underneath, Brett Kelly. Shot up a little too hard, got his own board. Up again, this time it's good. Good job by Kelly as he stayed with his shot, took the offensive board and got it to count. He got a bucket and a rebound on that play, not bad. And now a foul going to be called on Chad Brousseau as the loose ball was chased down by he and Fuller. Fuller went up in the air to chase down that loose ball, and he has the right to come down, and he just didn't get that ground to come down on it. Brousseau pushed him away. Dan Millswiggle checks back in the lineup for the Potters. Potters lead 56-49, 46 left in the third quarter. Eldridge back for Rantoul, gets it off in the corner to Fuller, can't fire. Cross-courted to Irwin, lost the handle, steps in for 2, and hits it again. Irwin is hot off the bench for Rantoul, 11 in the quarter. Millswiggle across the timeline. Line lead is now 15 for the Potters. 17 seconds. Dan all the way down to the corner, now back out between the circles. Goes right side to Davis. Back to Millswiggle. Looks at the clock with 10 with 9. Now Dan on the move with 8, with 7. All the way down. Shot up, no good. Rebound Monroe with 4. With 3, with 2. Throws to the length of the court. No good. Almost picked off one of the Rantoul cheerleaders. So after 3 quarters, the Morton Potters lead 56-41. We'll be back in 30 seconds. You're listening to high school basketball on Talk Radio 102.
WTAZ is Talk Radio.
Porter did not attempt a three-point shot. Well, that was just about everything that Rantoul elected to shoot. So what if Irwin hadn't hit some of those three-pointers, this game could really be ugly. Morton has the ball first. Bill Davison underneath J.R. Cox back in the lineup. Little jump hook, no good. On rebound. Follow up and a hack job. Either Irwin or Monroe. Let's see how they get for the foul. J.R. needs a little bit more arch when he wants to try that hook shot. That time he tried to line drive it into the hoop. Follows on Irwin, so J.R. will go to the free throw line. He's got 17 points on the night. 6'10 junior. Rantoul was 3 out of 13 from three-point range in the third quarter. J.R.'s free throw up and too hard. Hasn't looked too comfortable on the free throw line tonight. He's 0 for 3. He'll try it again. This one's up. And this one's short, but a rebound to Davidson. Bill, lean-in shot. Up, no good. Rebound Monroe. A couple of missed opportunities for the Potters there. They lead 56-41. Eldridge all the way down into the paint. Into some trouble. Now skips it out high. Lob pass underneath Monroe. Gets the man in the air. Turnaround jumper good. Monroe's played a very good second half for Rantoul as he's now perfect from the floor. 3 for 3. He's got 11 points. Now Brousseau in some trouble. Long pass ahead to Sullivan. Aaron holds it up. Gives it across to J.R. He'll hold it up now between the circles and finds Brousseau. Potters now can afford to be patient offensively inside. J.R. turnaround jumper. Good. J.R. Cox has had a great game, and that's one thing Norm Reiser wanted to see coming out of the block. Eldridge back the other way against Sullivan. Lob underneath for Monroe, working against Davidson. Turnaround jumper too hard. Rebound Aaron Sullivan. Boy, you just can't underestimate how important it is for a guard to get in there and help out on some of those rebounds, and that's what Aaron Sullivan's done all night. And a lot of Sullivan's rebounds come from great anticipation as to where the ball's going to go. So that was a weird... I thought I heard the whistle about a half second before he blew it. Morton tried to penetrate with a basketball, and J.R. Koch picked up the foul. That's his fourth. It's the fourth team foul on the Morton Potters, and that was a weird fourth foul that J.R. Koch just picked up. So the
Potters lead is 58-43. Fuller has it. Now out high to Humphrey. Humphrey in some trouble. Now gets it off to Irwin. He's been a mad bomber from three-point range for Rantoul. He had 3 in the third quarter. Pass underneath. Boy, the smallest guy for Rantoul. This ball got a bucket there. Fuller, but a rebound to Davison. Fuller found himself wide open. He just couldn't get it to go down. Milflagle across the timeline. Dan between the legs. Now holds it up between the circles. Underneath, Davidson. Turnaround jumper. Bill won't go. Rebound J.R. Kotz once, twice in the air. And no good on the rebound attempt, but he did get fouled. Kotz has 7 boards in the first half. He has 5 so far here in the second half. So he's done a great job both offensively and defensively on that glass. 19 points, 12 rebounds. Not a bad day's work. Still has yet to hit from the free throw line yet. See if he can get that done. And he does. Kind of talked him into that one, I think. 20 points now on the night for JR. Looks for free throw number 2 and gets it.
Jason Albers now getting ready to check into the Potter lineup.
In the corner with it. Here's Rantoul. They go out high to Eldridge. Skip pass almost stolen by JR. Allen has it to Eldridge. Eldridge will fire for 3. He misses again. A rebound. JR Kotz. Boy, he was way out on that one. He just stuck the arms out and pulled it in. Rebound number 13 for JR. Milflagle working out high. All the way down. Lob underneath. JR up. Slams it. Misses it. Lost the ball on the way up and missed the dunk. Rebound Monroe. Here comes Eldridge. Out high. Irwin for 3. Too hard this time. Rebound Monroe. And he's going to be fouled by Brusso.
Good offensive board by Monroe. He now has 7 rebounds for Rantoul here in the second half.
And Albers checks in, replacing Aaron Sullivan. 5:26 to go in the game. Potters lead 60-43. Inside, Humphrey turnaround, blocked by JR, tipped out to Milflagle. Here comes Dan on the run, has Albers in the corner, holds it up himself. Free throw line extended, jumper on the way, too hard. Rebound JR in the sea of yellow, and the ball went out of bounds off his hands.
Good job by J.R. Kotz going after that ball.
He was the only white shirt surrounded by yellow ones and almost got it. Eldridge across the timeline, holds it up for Humphrey. Humphrey now out high to Monroe. Monroe looking for help. Finds Fuller. Quick three-pointer on the way. Good.
For Fuller, that's his first 3 of the second half.
He's got 8 points on the night. The lead is 14 for the Potters. Russo runs it up quickly between the circles. Now holds it up. Goes right side. In the corner with it is Albers. Albers penetrates. Jump down pass. Russo, 17-footer. Bouncing away, no good. Rebound Monroe. Good position that time on JR. Here comes Eldridge across the timeline. Dribbling into traffic. Albers all over him. Into the paint. And a foul going to be called on who? Going to be called on Jason Albers.
Down inside. Great penetration move by Eldridge. Looks like he might have come up hurting his left wrist.
And a timeout is called by the Potters. Norm Reisner wants to talk things over. 4.5 minutes to play. 60-46 Morton. We'll be back in 30 seconds. You're listening to high school basketball on Talk Radio 102.
Talk Radio 102 is WTAZ.
I'm Anna Warner from News.
Trying to hold on. They lead 60-46 over the Rantoul Eagles.
Rantoul, this has been very cold shooting from three-point range. A good second half by the young sophomore Monroe as he's hit the board very hard. He's got 8 boards to go with 6 points.
Lob backdoor Monroe for a slam. He didn't get the slam, but he got the layup.
Good backdoor by Monroe, the sophomore.
And a great play out of the timeout, and the lead is now down to just 12. Full court pressure again, and the foul going to be whistled on Eldridge.
Good pressure defense, full court pressure by the Eagles from Rantoul.
Dave Eldridge picked up his third, and Aaron Sullivan going to check back in for the Potters. Russo to trigger it in. Looking, the count is on, gets it into Milflagle. 4:14 to go, Potters up 60-48. Dan across the timeline, working against Eldridge, picked up the dribble, now needs help. Sullivan comes and gets. between the circles. Aaron, baseline pass for Millslegel. Millslegel will bring it back out. Powers can afford to be patient. Eldridge went for the reach round, didn't get it. Penetration off to JR, up for a shot, no good, but he's fouled. Good job by Millslegel. Great penetration. Got the ball off to Sullivan. Sullivan kicked it back to J.R. Cox to take it in. He draws the foul. Foul on Monroe. Terry Monroe, his fourth. J.R. Cox will go back to the free throw line where he hit two just a minute or so ago. 6'10 junior has the rhythm now as he's gotten three in a row. He'll try it again. Second one on the way, no good. Rebound, Bill Davison. How did he get that? He out-wrestled two players. JR gets it back to Davison. Down to Brusso. Right side jumper up and in. Brusso, that's his first basket from the field during the second half. If this were hockey, he'd certainly give an assist on that one to Bill Davison. A great rebound in traffic. Monroe has it out high for Rantoul. Three-point attempt on the way, no good. And a foul going to be called underneath, I think, on Humphrey. Either Humphrey or Eldridge trying to get position underneath. Let's see who it's on. It is on Humphrey, and he is done for the evening. Humphrey takes the seat with his fifth personal. That's the seventh team foul on Rantoul. So Humphrey fouls out with 3:32 to go in the fourth with 10 points. All of those 10 points coming in the first half. He did not draw blood here in the second, and now Chad Brusso will go to the free throw line for the Potters. 63-48. Potters lead is 15. They're 3.5 minutes away from advancing on to Friday night's action, which, if they do win, they would host against either East Peoria or Metamora. We'll try to get an update on that score for you if we can. Brusso's free throws up and good. Morton as a team has shot pretty well from the free throw line. Chad has 7, looking for number 8, and sure enough, we jinxed him. Rebound chased down by Eldridge. Never fails. So Eldridge all the way down, bangs into JR, no, nothing called. Right side, lob underneath Monroe, shot up, stripped by Davison. Nice shot by Bill Davison. Good block by Davison. Back to Sullivan. Aaron all the way down left hand. Nice move, won't go. Rebound tipped out of bounds. Referee's going to call it over. One had yellow, the other one had white. Good job by the officials. Great communication between the two of them to make the right call. The official underneath originally called yellow because Bill Davidson came flying through, but I don't think Bill actually touched it, and the outside official gave him the help, as you mentioned, Paul. 64-48. Potter lead is 16 with 3:12 to go. Out high to Millslegel. Dan goes to Sullivan. Lob inside. JR, nice drop step. Finger roll won't go, and a foul on Monroe. That'll be his fifth. Monroe's going to get to take a seat. J.R. Koch will go to the line. Monroe had a nice ball game. 13 points. I know he had close to 10 rebounds. Big man is yet to leave the court. Now he walks off the court as he had a really good second half. 8 rebounds I have unofficially in the second half alone to go with 4 in the first half. So he really crashed the board hard for Rantoul. J.R. Cox to go to the free throw line. Now Bill Davison gets the rest. He's replaced by Jason Albert. J.R. Cox at the free throw line again. 3 for 6 in this quarter. Now 3 for 7 as he misses. Free throws down a tight game can come back to haunt you. JR will try it again. Takes a little better bend this time. He gets her up and in. 23 points now tonight for JR. The Potter lead is back to 17 with 3 minutes to play. 65-48 Morton. Irwin has it out high. Goes right side with her there. New man into the game for Rantoul, and he throws it away to Albers. Albers on the run, has Boker with him. Shot up no good. Rebound Boker. His foul's up and in. Good job. Good follow by Boker. Jason Boker just into the game gets his first deuce. The new man in for Rantoul is number 32, Eric Burke. All the way down to Eldridge. Boy, they call a blocking foul on Aaron Sullivan. Eldridge took out 2 guys. Looked like Eldridge was protecting himself with his
his left elbow, and then he just took 2 men out with him, and Morton draws the foul. A foul whistled against Sullivan. Sullivan had a great game for the Potters as he checks out. 6 points, but he did so many other things well as the Potter football contingent comes in. Rob Maisie along with Rob Helmick. Also we have Millard into the game, Tony Millard. First free throw for Eldridge was no good. Second one is. Eldridge has 5 points on the night. The lead is 67-50. Here comes Millard on the attack for the Potters. Dribbles it down hard all the way to the paint. Coast to coast, and it won't go, but he draws a foul. Took a good little shot to the face, too. Well, he took off, and he was really determined as he went the length of the court. Checking his neck to make sure everything's still working. He took a pretty good shot to the schnoz as he went through there. Now into the game again, Berkeybow for Rantoul, and bet you soda they shoot a few three-pointers before this one's over. Millard's free throws up and in. He gets into the scorebook with his first points of the night. They look for number 2. Free throw on the way. Bounce it away hard. Boker with a nice rebound. Looking for some help. Finds Albers. Thought about 3, but got covered up by Berkeybow. Now drives the paint. Off to Millard on the right side. To Boker. Free throw line extended. Underneath Maisie. Turnaround jump hook for Maisie. No good. Rebound Boker. His turnaround shot. High archer. No good. Rebound pulled down by Burke. To Eldridge. Long pass ahead. Berkeybow underneath. Has to hold it up. Goes out high. Burke for 3. Rainbow air ball. Rebound Rob Helmick. This one's going to get ragged in the last 155. Helmick across the timeline. Goes right side. Holds it up. Now needs help. Maisie beyond the three-point arc. Kept fire for 3. Oh, my goodness. He gets a three-pointer and a jump hook. Eldridge the other way in a hurry. All the way down to the paint. That's got to be offense. Oh. Eldridge was a little bit out of control there, and I thought, like you, he was going to get the personal. Should have gave the good dip of the shoulder, but the blocking foul is going to be called. That is whistled on Jason Albers, his second. Morton is over the line on fouls. Eldridge will shoot one in the bonus. Missed the first one. Must have been oh, he was shooting, I guess. Shot foul. He'll have another. Second one's up and rattles home. He's got 7 out of 9 now. The Potter lead is 17 with a minute 40. Albers races it up court to Helmick. Baseline. Nice dump down at Boker for 2. What great job. Good recognition by the Potters. With it out high now is Rantoul. Man can't get a shot off. Goes right side. Baseline pass intercepted by Maisie. Here come the Potters on the run. Boker gets it off to Helmick. His finger roll up, no good. Rebound Maisie up and in. So Rob Maisie has the jump hook, the three-point, and the rebound basket all in his arsenal. Out high, pass knocked away. Man driving to the hole thought it was fouled. Dorian Dees with just a good strip by the Potters. 1:07 remain in this one. Morton with a comfortable 21-point lead. Rantoul inbound, but it is Berkeybow. Now they go out high. Pass it around the perimeter. Man on the drive, cut off. That's Tuttle back in the game to Berkeybow. Just moving it around the perimeter. Fuller had it. Now Berkeybow, and Eldridge is going to get called for a travel. Another turnover for Rantoul, and they have plagued the Eagles here in the second half. Norm Reiser going to empty the bench. Lead enters the game for the Potters. Along with number 30, John Zimmerman. Long baseball pass ahead. Miller down the run, pulls it down. Pump fake shot up, no good. And we're going to get a foul called on Berkeybow. So Tony Miller will go back to the free throw line. 49 seconds remain. 72-51 Potters. free throw line goes Tony Millard. We'll try to get some updates on those other games we had for you if we can before we sign off here tonight. Millard will shoot 2. First one up and in. Millard appears very comfortable with that free throw strike. Millard's got a father that's a coach and a brother that played, so I guess he's had plenty of practice. Second one long, rebound Berkeybaugh, stripped by Millard. Off it goes to Albers. His layup is up and in. Albers' first points of the night. The Potter lead is 24th, biggest yet. Berkeybaugh across the timeline. A little hesitation driven by Tuttle, forces it up, almost went over the backboard. Rebound Albers on the run. Skip pass, shot up and in by Zimmerman. John Zimmerman gets his name in the book with a deuce. Potters come back the other way to play defense. Shot up and in that time by Tuttle. Tuttle's been quiet since the first half. That was his first basket of the second half. Back the other way, Helmick fires for 3. Long, no good. Rebound with 7 seconds. Knocked out of bounds, but saved. Albers with 4. Little lean in over the head, goes up and in with 2, and that'll be it. Albers with a little showtime at the buzzer, and the Morton Potters will advance to Friday night's action. This will be here at Morton High School as they win 79-53 over Rantoul. We'll take a timeout and come back with some final numbers and hopefully some updates on those other games for you. Again, the Potters win 79-53. Back in a couple of minutes. You're listening to high school basketball on Talk Radio 102.
WTAZ is Talk Radio 102.
Don't you wish that matching paint colors for your home could be as easy as drawing and coloring? Well, now it is at the Miller Paint Shop in Morton.
We're here, 79-53, the Morton Potters, winners over the Rantoul Eagles. And our next broadcast, unless Washington would happen to advance to a couple of games, would not be until the Super Sectional because we have conflict on those other nights. So we won't be able to bring you any more action, barring, like I said, Washington advancing in their lower bracket to a game either Friday, not this Friday, but if they would advance to next Wednesday, would be able to do that. But we have some conflicts on the Tuesday and Friday night games, so we would be able to broadcast the Super Sectional. But some surprises, I would say, maybe, I suppose, the IVC Pekin game, a bit of surprise. Let's run down the other scores that we had, Paul, to the best of our ability. We've got 2 finals and 2 to go here. IVC knocks off Pekin 77-69. That is a final. Also a final, it was Richwoods over Springfield Lampier 67-53. With 5 minutes to go, it's Metamora 30, East Peoria 26. Either somebody's holding the ball or not shooting very well. In the fourth quarter, it's Galesburg 75, Limestone 58, and that again is somewhere in the fourth quarter. So run down the final scoring here in this one. Again, the Morton Potters winners 79-53 here tonight. The leading scorer in the ball game was J.R. Koch, and I think unofficially we had J.R. for about 12 or 13 rebounds. See if we can tally those up real quick. 12 rebounds. So 23 points and 12 rebounds for J.R. And I guess maybe the only thing he might want to do is practice a little bit on the free throws. Of course, that's not me saying that, but I mean, I'm sure he wouldn't be satisfied with his performance as he hit 4 out of 10. But other than that, a complete game for J.R. Got into a little bit of foul trouble, but managed to stay in the game. So 23 points for J.R. to lead the scoring for the Potters. 13 for Bill Davison on the night. 8 points for Brett Kelly, and I thought Brett Kelly played a tremendous game. He was in there in that run in the second quarter, started the third quarter, and played a lot of minutes, I would imagine, for Brett. And he did a great job really containing Monroe down low. He was 3 out of 4 shooting in the second half. He took 1 attempt in that first half and made it. So a good shooting night for Brett Kelly, but more importantly, he freed up J.R. Koch, because when he ran the low post with Koch, it freed Koch up to come up under the high post. 7 points of the night for Chad Brusso, 6 on the night each for Dan Millswig and Aaron Sullivan. And again, we talked about the half. How those two did a great job of running some of those breaks when the Potters exploded for some of those points in that run. 4 points on the night for Jason Albers. He closed the scoring out. 4 for Jason Boker. 2 each on the night for Andy Davis, Rob Mazey, and John Zimmerman. And Mazey, boy, we saw quite an arsenal there. That fourth quarter, he had a jump hook, a three-pointer, and then finally got a rebound basket to break into the scoring column. For Rantoul, they ran out of gas in this one. 13 points for the youngster Monroe, and he ended up with 12 boards as well.
Me to know, and for you never to find out.
Yeah, so Bill. So Danny.
It's the Hy-Vee Mega Meat Sale this Friday through Sunday. Jimmy Dean Bacon just...
What's up, Team Up guys? Jonathan Buck. Now, first category, lift prices. How expensive is it to come ski at Monarch Mountain? And being in Colorado and coming in at $94 for the day, that's actually an incredible price. And they also do a bunch of discount options, buy one get one free, things like that throughout the year, stuff like that. Monarch's always been very good at having past discounts. Is a big reason why when I was younger, we'd always go to Monarch Mountain. So when it came to lift prices, I gave them a 6 for the lift prices. And they've just always been awesome with their prices. Side note, if you have the A Basin season pass, you can also go ride at Monarch for 5 days, which is really cool. Now, lodging, ski, and ski out. You want to sleep on the mountain? Well, you can't. Monarch doesn't offer lodging, so they get a 0 for lodging. Now, ease of access. How easy is it to get to Monarch Mountain? Well, if you drove from Colorado Springs, you're looking at a 2-hour and 30-minute drive, so you can also fly to Colorado Springs and have that similar drive. But once you get closer to Monarch, it does kind of cut down to a single lane. There is Monarch Pass. It is a windy, kind of narrow pass. It's a little sketchy, and that is why for ease of access, I gave them a 5 for ease of access. It's kind of typical for a Colorado mountain, but it's, you know, you could get a lot of snow in that area. Now, I know what you're wondering, Jonathan, why did you grow up riding Monarch Mountain? Well, we'll get to that in this video, but you guys should also go check out resortskimaps.com because we would go ride every when I was like 12 for the lifts. Now, runs, we got up the mountain, we got to get anything like that. So when it came to lifts, I gave them a 3 for the lifts. Now, runs, we got up the mountain, we got to get down them, and how are Monarch runs? With 67 trails, there's plenty of options to ride from kind of trees to mountains, kind of bowl feeling. They're pretty fun runs. You can find ungroomed terrain. You can find groomed terrain at Monarch. If you do the cat tour that they offer, you can actually get a whole new world of terrain, which will maybe bump this score. But for the average person that's just showing up for the day, you're gonna have an incredible time. You're gonna find a lot of steep little chutes to ride, things like that. So I give them a 6 when it comes to runs. Now, Terrain Park, Monarch is the place that I saw the first person do a 360 on a big jump, and I was like, I want to do that. They got a thing called for all the ski. Of course, the dream is having fun all the time. On my Instagram, where you get food from the coffee shop to the place has the. And when it has come to Monarch, over the 20-ish times that I've gone to Monarch Mountain, they're netting at like a 5, an average. No one's a back factor because of that. I learned how to make my S-turn, start riding park, all that kind of stuff. So when it comes to
I'm done spending an obscene amount of money on takeout every done.
I'm getting back on track with Factor. Fresh, never frozen meals prepared by chefs. This takes us so much time when we're choosing one or
Of Insider's Guide. Today we're discussing a little bit smaller of a mountain. As such, we get into the base area. Monarch only has one base area, so it's nice and easy to find your way around. Just ski down and you'll eventually make it back to where you started. At this base area, you'll find all of your normal amenities, sans lodging. If you want to stay overnight at Monarch, you'll have to find hotels down the pass or in Salida, which is about 20 to 30 minutes away. One of the great things about Monarch is that at this base area there are several good restaurants that are much less expensive than the industry norm. Starting from the right, we have the Breezeway lift. As you can see on the trail map, it has no beginning.
In sectional tonight, the Potters hosting Middle Illini rival Metamora was in town. This one started out to be a three-point shooting contest. Chad Brusso for the Potters hits the three.
One more.
round is about to blow.